games were between two North Alabama teams.
Good morning and welcome to Today in L.A. That's Lower Alabama, my friends, and my name is Mike Amos, and his name is Bill Rice Jr. as we start a Tuesday on our show. We've been doing this since 1998 on coming into the rooms of all of you, and of course whether you're drinking, whether you're
4 years.
Well,
23.
Yeah, that's right. For this one show now, we've been doing cable TV on Troy Cable with football games, beauty pageants,
mid-80s.
Whatever, since 1985.
I think
we've been doing that.
My little brother's senior season, was the first year y'all did football games. It was you and
KT Cole. And KT, if you're out there, we'd love to hear from KT. KT's keeping a low profile, and of course, one of the great Americans out there
Let's
today.
make it be kind of KT Cole Day.
You're right, it would be. You get somebody to pick up the phone and call KT Cole. Kimbo Theophilus Cole, he always tried to say.
Is that his real name?
No, I don't believe so, but if anybody knows him,
well, it's Robert, because he goes by Robert KT Cole.
Yeah. But if anybody knows him, and I think I know him probably as well as anybody, he walks to his own drummer.
He does.
And he is a wonderful, wonderful layman in his church. That's just anything he can find to help any individual out, he's going to do it. And he, is a very unselfish person.
I agree. He's done nice things to our family in his life.
And of course, everybody knows Robert K.T. Cole Jr. And of course, born right here in Troy, Alabama, and over on Elm Street, and his daddy was cut meat for a living, and was a great guy. If I ever wanted to find out anything on the stock market, I went and talked to Big Robert. But then Robert K.T. Cole for years and years was a stockbroker.
Good one.
Starting out with some of the biggest stockbrokers in the country,
up in
Boston. You're right, and Rothschild, I think that's the name of it, and a young guy from Gunnersville walked in there one day. I reckon it's Gunnersville. What's the twin city of Gunnersville?
You talking about John Hanna?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to tell you. John Hanna walked in there one day and says, "Can I work with you part-time? Can I sit down here and watch you do what you do?" And, of course, KT, being from Alabama, being a huge Alabama fan, said, "Sure, John, you're welcome to. We'd love to." And for years, John, KT and John Hanna were sort of like partners. And of course,
John Hanna has visited Troy, I know.
Oh, several times.
Man, he is the best. He is the best offensive lineman who's ever played the football.
Yeah. But he's also a smart man too, and has made a bunch of money over the years. But KT used to show me pictures of he and John, and KT, he bench pressed 400 pounds at one time, and at one time he was just a big, not a bodybuilder, but just a big guy that could lift a lot of weights. He looked like a tiny boy compared to John Hanna. And he said, just joking, he always said that he always was careful about what he ever said around John Hanna.
John Hanna also, I've done some reading on him. He goes to the beat of his own drummer. He's going to tell you what he thinks if you agree with it or not.
That's right. Trevon Kimmerlin hits a shot at the buzzer, and they're dancing in the streets of Old Enterprise as we on day 2. The congratulations to the Enterprise Wildcats as they are the 7A champions of state of Alabama basketball.
That tells me they are the best basketball team in the state of Alabama.
And it could have been, listen, it could have been Eli Cherry, it could have been Kenneth Mitchell Jr., or it could have been Quentin Hayes to win the game for Enterprise, but no. Trevon Kimmerlin hits the shot with 2 seconds left.
Well, no, 1.9 seconds left.
Well, 1.9, whatever you want to look at it.
Under 1 second left.
They claimed it was a 6-footer, and it was the shot was made at Legacy Arena in downtown Birmingham, as Enterprise beats James Clemens for the state championship of 5A,
I'll tell you, it's kind of hard to hit a 6-footer. Now people practice the long shots, the three-pointers, and the layups and dunks, but you don't see many people shoot the short or intermediate range shots anymore.
He said, I shot it and it went in, Kimmerer said. He said it was something that he probably will never, ever forget.
He never, ever will forget it.
And, of course, all Enterprise fans, and I know there were a bunch of them that went up to the game to see Enterprise beat this team from James Clemens.
That's like Ted Clem hitting the field goal.
That's right.
Time going out. It's that big.
Hey, let's feature some last second shots or some big events
plays.
or some big events in
well, first, you
sports
know what
history.
Coaches always say, and players too, they remember the ones they lost.
Yeah.
And since we're talking about basketball, I'll tell you one that sticks in my mind. My senior year, we had a really good basketball team with L.K. Hooton and Billy Thomas and Adam Richards and my friend Scott Rainey and Rico Coleman. Well, we're playing Eufaula, our rival, to go to Tuscaloosa in our gym, now the Betty Wagner gym, and dang, it's a great game all the way through. We're up by 1 point, and the Eufaula guy hits about a 25-foot jump shot at the buzzer. And there goes our state championship hopes.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the state tournament, and and of course, again, we congratulate Enterprise on that big win. But what did I tell you about North Alabama basketball compared to South Alabama basketball? I don't know why there is a difference. Well, one thing, Enterprise, of course, won their ball game in 7A over Clemens, a South Alabama team. But now look at this. The winners in boys 5A ball, Lee of Huntsville beat Ramsey.
Ramsey's North Alabama too.
6A boys basketball, Coleman beat Huffman.
That's the North Alabama team.
Yeah, in Class 4A in North Alabama, Jacksonville. They won the championship in 4A. In 3A, Plainview from up on top of Sand Mountain. Boy, they might have had the best team in the whole tournament.
That's the Jacksonville girls.
Yeah, no, the Plainville though, 31-6 beat.
No, I'm sorry, it's the boys. The boys won. Let me go back to that one.
I've got it. Yeah.
Jacksonville won 85-49. They won the state finals game by 36 points.
They sure did, and they were led by a young man whose father played football, played quarterback at Alabama.
John
You remember
David
that?
Phillips, yeah.
John David Phillips, and but also in 2A finals, and this was a great team. You know, we were talking about Mars Hill, 15-16. You know, how did they get in the 4A championships? Well, they did. But let me tell you this, when they did, they ran into Section, and Section is on top of the mountain, and you look down from Section onto
up near the mountain.
But it's it's on up further.
Okay.
It's on up further. The Section is, and
I have never been to Section.
Well, it was Scottsboro. It looks down over Scottsboro, the city of Scottsboro, and up here around Section, you also got Pisgah and some of those other schools, you know. But Section has always had a great team, and they mauled Mars Hills for the championship, 77-61. And then finally in 1A boys, 1A Covenant Christian out of where we said we found it out yesterday from Michael.
We got it. Not Covenant Christian.
But Covenant Christian, 29-6, beat Decatur Heritage 21-8.
Another North Alabama team.
For the championship. But I'm just going to show you I don't know why. It might be that more teams play basketball. I don't know, but they always seem to gel over the South Alabama boys.
You could look at the state champions going back forever, probably. North Alabama boys and girls dominate basketball for some reason.
Yeah. You know, if you're watching this morning, my friend, you know, one of my good friends out there is Mitchell, who owns all the car dealerships in Enterprise, owns a bunch of them everywhere. I bet you this Kenneth Mitchell Jr. is related to him somehow because he played basketball at Jacksonville. You know, Mitchell did that owns all those car dealerships.
Well, we need to mention, for people who haven't heard, the sad news that the Lady Trojans at Troy University got beat in the finals of the Sun Belt tournament.
And
by 13 points, I think, so it wasn't even close.
You better be hot from a free throw line. I'll tell you what the biggest difference in the whole ball game. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The team from Texas, Arlington, made 7 3-pointers in the first half. Now that's going to put you up by quite a lead, and in the second half, when Troy sort of made a move, it just still too big a hole, and they did not. You know, I want to say they beat this team twice during the regular season.
Well, they got hot at the right time, and we picked a bad game to have a bad game.
But I would think, with the record, and Mike will verify all this when he calls in today, I would think, Bill, that with a 23-7 record, 23-7 or 24-7 record, if they can't go to the playoffs, something's wrong. So hopefully, at least maybe go to the NIT championship.
Surely they'll at least go to the women's NIT.
That's right.
As the regular season, easily they easily dominated the regular season and won the league title. So that ought to get them. So the women ought to still be playing. It would be nice. I think they can make a good case that they should be in the big dance. I bet they won't.
On a sad note, ladies and gentlemen, I lost my brother Bill Amos after a long illness. Bill was 86 years old and born right here in Troy, Alabama, and he loved this town. He loved Troy, Alabama, even though he spent the majority of his life out in California and then later on in South Carolina. But he loved his hometown of Troy, Alabama, and of course numerous times he would travel back to Troy and visit. And people, he went to school with a judge. Good morning, Mike Amos. We're talking about Bill Amos, my brother, your uncle. What do you think about him?
Well, he was a great man. He served our country and lived a great life with his wife Ann and Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I know. It's probably interesting for you to be, 12 years younger than your brother.
Yeah, I was 12 years younger than he was, and I must have been an accident. No, my brother Joel is 3 years older than me. You know, your Uncle Joel. Great people.
Yeah, Uncle Bill went to, Troy High School, and when did you graduate? 1951.
I want to say around 53, and yeah, and
I saw that picture Rebecca sent in his military attire. That was a great picture.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Uncle Bill so young in a picture.
Yeah. Let me tell you this: me and you, and your Uncle George just thought we were good looking until we saw Bill. My brother Bill looked like a movie star, and the women loved him, and all the time he was talking about good friends that he grew up with in Troy, and of course one of them was the judge, one of your daddy's best friends.
Judge Green.
Yeah, right. Wiley Green.
He was about the same age as my Uncle Bobby Rice and Jerry Benson and all of them. And
another one of his good friends became a lawyer and a judge. Let's go to the line right here. Gonna put you on hold, Mikey.
Good morning. You're on Today in L.A.
Good morning. How you doing?
Coach Mike, I'm sure I'm sorry to hear about your brother Bill there.
Well, I appreciate it, my friend.
That's Frank
I
Fryer.
was born in 1951, so he was graduating high school about the time I was born. I heard you talk about him, and he seemed to be a real good man.
Yes, he was, and let's just say this: we were talking about, we use that phrase, "walk into his own fiddler." Well, he was that way too. He was he identified with a lot of different things. And of course, one of
I wish more people would do that today. We have too many followers and not enough leaders now.
That's exactly right. And I tell you what, he graduated from Troy High School, went 23 years in the Air Force. Then he went to work with the state of South Carolina, where he lived in South Carolina for until his death. And
he got a military retirement and a state of South Carolina retirement.
He sure did. And he really enjoyed his family and his life, and it's a lot of his great memories though came back to around Troy. He could talk to you about Bobby Marlowe, and he could talk to you about Albert Elmore Jr. and some of the great players that came through Troy. And of course, he had a lot of good friends, and will be missed by a lot of people.
We're thinking about you, Mike.
Well, Bill and Mr. Mike and Mike, people just don't do that anymore. It's funny, we have very few, a small percentage that gets a job and stays with it. And I remember my father-in-law left West Texas, and he said, Frank, there just wasn't anything to do. He went out there, and a few weeks later, World War II happened, and he flew with Admiral Halsey in the war and stayed in the Navy for 33 years.
Yeah.
And we just don't do that anymore. And then, of course, he came home and did what he wanted to do, But sounds like your brother just had a great life.
Well, you did what you wanted to do. You came home, found you a pond to fish in, and you'll be happy everlasting, don't you think?
I'll tell you, Mr. Coach Mike, Johnny and my brother and I broke the boat in yesterday for you. We went all around the pond, found all the good holes for you.
Did you?
We got out there. Johnny catches one, and he's about half a pound. We threw him right back in, and there gum the jinxers. We ain't caught another one.
Oh boy!
Raining on us, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But we enjoyed it, and I told him we got the boat ready. Talking about last second shots, we were little old Pike County High School years ago. Coach Jimmy Skelton was our coach, and I know y'all remember him.
Oh gosh, he was a great coach. Yeah, I know him well. Great star at Huntington.
Jeff Davis High School, just when they just built that new gym, and we are JD, remember?
Yeah.
That was about 10 years before Charlie Troutman came along. But we played them, and we didn't have about, I guess, 12, 15 players at most. But right at the end of the game, this one kid in the first half had put about 20 up on us. And Coach Skelton said, y'all got to foul him right at the beginning of the third quarter there, and second half. And we fouled him, and that wound up his shooting. But anyway, we were tied up right there at the end. You have your old jump ball at the free throw line back then, remember?
Yeah.
And the ball went up, tipped it off. It hit Tex Bragg's hand. He never even dribbled, never did anything, just shot.
Yeah.
Ball went in at the buzzer. We beat the great Jeff Davis High School.
Golly, that was a great
by
win.
1 point.
That was a great win.
Anyway, just checking on you and your brother, and y'all have a great day.
No, we're glad to hear from you. Call us anytime. Frankie Fryer, one of the all-time greats at Pike County High School.
Coach Bob Booth and Randy Walls and Ron Ingram and
do you know about?
Moore was going to eat up at Lake Martin here about March 23rd, and I'll tell him we always brag on him on the Mike Amos show.
Well, Bob Booth, I will be getting in a car with him on Thursday to go visit a friend over in Columbus, Georgia. So I'll see Bob Booth, and I tell him I saw you.
Last time I saw him was the last game of the year against Texas State when they beat us at the basketball gym. He'd just been to a board meeting there, and I talked with Coach Booth then. I talked with him yesterday, and we'll be up at Elijah on the 23rd.
Kalijah was a wooden Indian standing by the door. Kalijah. What's that? Who is that?
Hank Williams Sr.
Who is that?
He recorded some of his best songs up there in the cabin at Lake Martin. It might have been Kalijah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's no tall tale.
Well, you know, Hank Jr.'s living on his daddy's name, you know, Hank Sr., and I think Bill Rice Jr. is too, on Billy Rice Sr.
Well, I think Hank Jr. kind of made his own career and made his own mark more than I did.
You know something.
It was different, Bill. It sure was a different music.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
Hank Jr. is a genius. He can play anytime.
You know, let me tell you. I used to hunt up there around Stillwater. I mean, Still Crossroads. You know, oh yeah, and we used to hunt over there, and I've known many times to you know, we would go to our fishing camp, and one guy would cook breakfast for everybody, and I would say, who's that guy over there in that corner over there? He said, oh, that's Hank. I said, Hank who? Hank Williams Jr. And, you know, Skin Oak was a hunting club. You might be familiar with it, that a lot of people went to. And Paleface, my good friend at Raymond's, Raymond's Barbershop, he did most of the cooking. And old Hank loved that free breakfast.
I bet it did. You know, Blues Old Stand always had a big hunting club right there.
Oh yeah, well,
Blues Old Stand right out. But you know, and of course, the field trials is, I guess, the biggest thing Union Springs knows for.
Well, I tell you what, you know, over the years, it was the biggest party day of the year is to go to the championships of there in Union Springs.
Are they still doing it? I guess they are.
Yeah, I still.
I remember we went over there and Preston Goffin took me up there, and he was sitting on the back of the truck. He said, "Come on, Frank." So I got in my pickup and come through the gate, and there he was sitting on his toolbox with his big old truck. You know, he was a mess. I think he just got back from the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know.
Oh yeah.
And we played a lot of softball together over there around Pentalala, there in Montgomery, some, and Canaloo, and all down that way towards Raymond and everything.
I tell you what, locally,
and a good athlete.
Frankie, let me ask you something. What I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
Locally, I want you to let's do a softball all-star team. First by Johnny Dunn, your brother Johnny Dunn, to lead the pack. And name me some more outstanding softball players.
Well, you didn't hear much about him because he kind of kept to himself. But I guess the longest ball I've ever seen that went out of sight was hit by Bobby Joe Ellsworth.
Oh boy, know Bobby Joe well.
You know, he went to AAA with the Los Angeles Dodgers out there in Arizona.
Was he a good softball player?
He was at the club and caught Koufax and Drysdale, and then came home that summer and never went back. I think he messed up his back on some National Guard trip or something. But
well, you know,
him was the great famous Butch Austin.
Yes, sir, the great Butch Austin. And these are guys that were paid to play softball for people, weren't they?
Out of Dothan, Alabama, they got paid.
Yeah.
My brother used to lead off for them all the time and just get base hits for them. And then later on, Johnny said, well, I need to try hitting one out. And he got a taste of that, and boy, that spoiled him. And then, of course, I guess you'd have to throw my brother in there.
Johnny Dunn, no question.
Matter of fact, he'll be going down to Pensacola this weekend in a couple of weeks. And I may go with him. That's a good tournament. Y'all talking about that basketball tournament down there. Pensacola is just a great city. We really enjoy as far as sports facilities, you know.
Yeah, beautiful facility, no question about it. Now, who's some other guys? Now, Herbie Huner would have to be on your list.
I'd say Herbie Huner, and I could just go on and on and on.
Yeah, he's still playing.
He's and we'll get a list up and just call it in one day and we'll talk about it because it's getting to be softball, wasn't it? Now?
Yeah, you're right. No question about it. They don't.
Like you said, our wives will not see us for about 6 months.
Yeah. Is slow pitch softball still big in certain parts?
It's big money. The bad endorsements and the advertisements and a lot of those players out of Columbus, Georgia, the old Tom's players, and then you have a lot more, and they make more from the bad endorsements and advertisements than they do from playing the game.
Oh yeah.
And some of them start out at like guaranteed $60,000, $70,000 a year right up front.
Yeah, they would play slow pitch softball.
They'll run, some of them run 100,000, 150,000 a year.
Golly, I didn't know that.
So when y'all played softball, would y'all wear like a full uniform? Like the pants and the jersey and everything?
We had long pants when it's cold, but we had actually when we played for Jabbo Band, we had 3 sets of pants and 3 sets of jerseys, and got us. And anytime we win a tournament, they'd get us another set. Just talked to Mary Ann the other day, and she had some pictures of our old teams. If you want to see some of our old trophy teams, back then they gave them, they were higher than the door. You couldn't even get them in your house. And the bigger the tournament, the bigger the trophy is seen.
Who would some of those?
Out of Chicago, and Budweiser out of Chicago came to Montgomery, and they would come walking in there. And of course, the ladies got out of a couple of white limousines, and the Budweiser team got out of the bus. They came walking in. They changed uniforms every game. It was unreal. And we're talking about Budweiser money and Pepsi-Cola money.
Yeah.
And Pepsi-Cola's uniform had the stars down the legs. Boy, they were pretty boys, but Budweiser ended up being Budweiser and our team Jabs.
And then of course it's a different ball game. But I used to remember U.S. Surgical Steel used to have great fast pitch softball out of Montgomery.
It's so sad, Mike. Just in the last 15, 20 years, it started just fading away. And to be honest with you, that was probably the biggest tournament in Montgomery and in the Southeast.
And let me tell you,
U.S. Surgical Steel either won it or was in the top 3 every year.
I used to know some of those pitchers, some of those great pitchers. One of them was a former Huntington guy that was a great pitcher.
There's a family name that goes with it. Now, Foster,
exactly right. It's Foster.
His son played baseball at Auburn.
Yeah.
And he came back and played softball with us, and he played third base, Mike. And our full first baseman, he just about broke his hand. And he threw the ball so hard, it started going down. He went across the mound and it started rising when he got to first base.
Yeah.
And you could hear it hit his mitt. It was unreal.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Thank you for calling, Frankie. We appreciate you.
Y'all have a great day.
Have a good day. Frankie Fryer calling from downtown Brundage, Alabama. No, excuse me, from Troy, Alabama, on the pond. Yeah, no question about it.
Bigger circle, Brundage, Alabama.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Alabama's softball team's 20-0.
Boy, they're good. What's the name of their pitcher, Mike? She's a household word now in softball.
Montana Fowl.
When is that girl going to graduate from college?
She's only a junior, I think.
Oh, is she?
That's right. 3 years there, Mike. And, when I really got into it, when Auburn had those good teams over there with the man they brought over, his whole family, and they ended up having to fire all of them. But anyway, Auburn.
Yeah, the only problem is
Alabama's there now, brother.
The only problem about Auburn back then is the assistant coach trying to date all the players.
And that was his son. In the family, Mike.
Mike Amos calling in from Great Beach this morning. It's going to be a pretty day down there, a pretty weekend.
It's going to be rainy, actually, the rest of the week.
You know what I heard? I heard 21.
Thousands and thousands of dollars, and then I think it's going to be 32 degrees on Saturday.
That's what I've heard up here. 21 degrees is a forecast. The weather. Ask your phone. What is it going to be, Mike?
I don't know. I just want to say this. I know y'all probably already talked about the Troy girls getting beat basketball yesterday, but that announcing crew is the most biased announcing crew I've ever heard in my life for Texas audience, and I don't know what the relationship was with that coach. They talked about her nonstop. Apparently, she used to be at Alabama as an assistant. But I'll just say this.
Temperature for Troy, Alabama this weekend. Go ahead.
I can help you find a place if you turn on the...
Texas Arlington won the Sun Belt Conference Tournament Championship.
Yeah, that's right.
They said non-stop that they're the Sun Belt champions. I mean, I just don't get that. Troy won the regular season actual championship. Mm-hmm. They're the conference champions.
That's right.
That's exactly right.
I couldn't believe how many times they said that. We left tournament out.
Yeah. And of course, it turned out to be a tough weekend for Troy.
They were down 23 in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew the game was over.
They hit 7 threes. They hit 7 threes in the first half. I mean, it was crazy.
A player named Jacobson that probably will play in the WNBA. She's phenomenal. I mean, she was the best player on the court. Wasn't even close.
Did you, now, ladies and gentlemen, I see things that other people don't see sometimes. I don't know how I do, whatever. Did you tell me something different about that game to start with? Something different.
I don't know. To start with,
why in the heck would you wear gray uniforms with blue?
Yeah, you're totally right.
I said, who's who? Somebody made a boo-boo. Somebody didn't bring a.
Somebody should have been wearing white.
Yeah.
That was very distracting.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you could be throwing the ball down court and you didn't know who you're throwing it to. You know, it was really something.
I will say I was watching it from a distance, and several times I saw somebody rebound. I didn't know who got the rebound.
Yeah, that's right. Troy led the nation in rebounding. In fact, they said they led the nation in boys or girls. They're the best offensive rebounding team in the country. Well, not in this game. In this game, the other team had all the offensive rebounds.
It's a shame, though. Troy beat them at Texas Arlington early in the year by 11.
Yeah, that's right.
Troy had already beat this thing.
Yeah, they didn't play them twice. They just played them once.
It just comes down to one game. We've talked about it. I mean, I think the greater accomplishment is winning the regular season title over 3 months, over 20 games.
Yeah, I think the NCAA, I can't believe coaches don't ask for that rule to be changed. So the winner of the actual, conference season ought to be granted the NCAA, not the tournament champion.
Well, don't you think Troy what did they end up with?
Finished 24-8. I don't know if they'll get an at-large NCAA.
And you win 24 ball games. If you can't make the tournament with 24 wins.
And win your conference.
Yeah.
Coach Rigby didn't say anything about postseason play. She just said she was heartbroken. But I would imagine at least maybe they paid the women's NIT. Georgia State men beat Lafayette last night by 10.
Golly.
Georgia State will represent the Sun Belt in the NCAA tournament. Georgia State only played 28 games compared to Troy's, I think, 32.
Yeah.
So they really got hit by COVID a lot during the season, but it might have helped them stay fresher.
It's something about that Georgia State team and the Louisiana team that sort of separates them from the other teams. It just seems like they're just.
I tell you what it is. It's dominant big guys. They have each team has 2 guys over 6'10".
Well.
And that's the difference. They have SEC kind of players at Georgia State and Lafayette.
Well, let me say this: their front was 6'11", 6'11", and 6'10".
Oh my gosh!
I mean, how much taller can you get?
Most of the NBA teams that can't match that.
Isn't that right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, one of the star players for Lafayette transferred in from Arizona. I mean, you know what kind of program Arizona's got.
And one 7-footer transferred from Montgomery, Alabama.
Yeah, this kid out of Brubaker Tech signed originally with Portland, of all places.
Oh, God.
Behind the welding guy out of Montgomery went to Portland University. Then he transferred from Portland University to Louisiana Lafayette. I tell you what, is there any way that we can do name, image, or likeness and get this guy to play for Georgia?
Well, he was real good friends with all three of those guys that went to the same school, didn't he? That Troy had.
Probably Troy's got one from Brubaker Tech.
Oh, Troy, yeah, okay.
That's one thing I was surprised. Williams didn't play a lot in the game we watched, and he didn't play a lot in the game against Lafayette. He's probably Troy's best three-point shooter. I felt like he had to have shooters on the floor to come back.
Yeah. It was phenomenal. What was Troy from the three-point line?
4 for 21.
4 for 21, Rice. You got to at least get 8 or 10 threes to have a chance to win, And Mike, I was also thumbing through some information as we talk about Enterprise's championship victory, and I'm sure they'll probably be having a parade this weekend. What do you think, or sometime this week, with this great 7A boys team? First championship ever for Enterprise. They've won a bunch of them over the years in football, but never in basketball. And again, that guy's name, Rhett Harrelson, is going to probably have a shot at maybe coaching in college one day. He's an outstanding coach.
I would think you would too. You know, we have seen so many examples of great high school coaches that can also be very successful in college, in football and basketball, and I think in baseball too.
Yeah.
Baseball too.
The show.
Also, we talked to some of the higher ups at the pep rally before the game at McGuire's. And, I mean, I was told point blank that Southern Miss, Marshall, James Madison, and Old Dominion will be in the Sun Belt this year.
Good. Good. So they're going to be able to pull it out.
It's a legal issue.
That will happen. The schedule, I'm just saying, that came out for football looks like that will be the schedule.
You know, at one time, Marshall and Southern Miss, they could play with anybody. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They could play with anybody, especially in football. And, you know, and they're getting in our conference. And
Southern Miss has beaten Alabama and Auburn many times.
Yeah. And James Madison, over the years, has been one of the top of, you know, AA teams. And, you know, they're going to be very competitive. Another thing.
It has not been a good year for Alabama, former Alabama great wide receivers in the NFL. Of course, we had the horrible situation with Henry Ruggs that playing for the Las Vegas Raiders. You know, gets in a horrible car accident and actually killed somebody and got arrested. You know, still hadn't gone to trial yet, but you know, his career is over in the NFL. And then Calvin Ridley, another star wide receiver who took a medical leave. Yeah, I'll get something to eat. Calvin Ridley, another star Alabama receiver, but since playing for the Falcons, took a medical leave, and everybody thought, you know, he was trying to, you know, figure things out as far as football goes. It turns out he gambles on football.
Oh no!
And now he is suspended by the NFL for a year.
Oh no!
Will not be able to play again until 2023. But Calvin Ridley gambled. He said all he did. He said on Twitter, he said all I did. I don't have a gambling problem. I gambled $1,500, but now he has lost $11 million of his contract.
Oh God!
That $1,500 bet cost him $11 million.
Oh man, as far as his salary goes.
Paul Horning, who gambled on football, and Alex Karras, and a few other people that gambled on football and were suspended a year.
Yeah.
You know, I was as omnipresent as gambling is these days, and it's now out in the open, and the leagues sponsor and are partners with gambling entities. I mean, half the advertising you see now is gambling related. Yeah. I said it's just a matter of time until we start hearing about players that are betting on, and I guarantee you Calvin Ridley is not the only player that is making bets.
All you got to do is look at one guy's name, Pete Rose.
That's right. I mean, he's
Pete
banned
Rose.
for life. Calvin Ridley, if he could just get banned for 1 year, he's lucky.
I mean, Pete Rose was one of the greatest baseball players of all time, and he got involved with gambling on its own team. That's one really a no-no.
Well, they say Ridley bet on the Falcons in some parlays, I think.
Yeah. He
didn't bet on his team to lose, but he wasn't playing. He wasn't even part of the team.
Our show is brought to you by Premier Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram trucks on the bypass right in Troy. And Jason's got another star player coming up, you know, this time in archery. they ride rodeo, championship rodeo riders now, and now those sweet girls are getting involved with
Tree Lee's archery program.
Archery, that's right. And of course, we appreciate so much Jason Gregory and what he does for so many different programs in Troy and Pike County.
Michael picked up. He said the terrible story about the Ruggs. Now Ridley. This is a shocking story. This is going to be bigger than we realized. And then also, isn't Amari Cooper getting ready to be cut by the Dallas Cowboys? You know, one of the best.
Yeah, that's what I read. You know, article came out the other day. Amari Cooper's 27, Ridley's 27, but Amari Cooper was a junior when Ridley was a freshman. So I think Ridley didn't start college till he was about 19 or 20.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's amazing they're the same age, but crazy to think Paul Hornung and Alex Harris, they're both NFL Hall of Famers. So
yeah, that's right.
They're Hall of Fame,
And the biggest outlaw.
I don't know. Were they convicted of betting, or it used to be that if you even associated with known gamblers, like Joe Namath got in hot water for owning a nightclub that was backed, I think, by people that were supposedly mafia types that were gamblers.
It makes you wonder how the NFL investigated this. Like, I mean, maybe he placed a wager with his actual name. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. I wondered about that too.
I wouldn't think so.
Who were their sources, or how did they find out?
But anyway, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. He's a guy that put up huge numbers for the Falcons, and then all of a sudden just kind of walk away from football in the middle of the season this year. So it was already kind of a question if he still wanted to play or not.
Troy in baseball heads to Jacksonville to play Jacksonville State in baseball, and of course that's going to be a big Tuesday night. But this weekend, the Indiana Hoosiers come to town for a 3-game series.
It's so cold, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right, and hopefully.
The Indians said we're trying to get away from this cold weather.
That's right, and of course they have a good baseball program at Indiana, so we look forward to watching Troy's baseball team and see how they progressed. Their schedule we knew going in was going to be awfully tough, and already it's proven to be.
Well, it looks like the SEC basketball tournament's been released. Alabama will actually play the winner of the Georgia-Vanderbilt game in the final game on Thursday night in Tampa. So Alabama will play on Thursday. Of course, Auburn does not play. They got a bye. I don't even know if Auburn plays until Saturday. Maybe they play on. Yeah, Auburn plays on Friday.
Yeah.
And then Alabama, if they win, it's a big if, but they should win, would have to play Kentucky, which will be rested. So very Kentucky's beat Alabama 2 times, so it's probably Alabama will be by Friday will be out of the tournament.
Michael Lee.
Ole Miss, Missouri on Wednesday night to start, and then you got Georgia, Vanderbilt. Big game on Thursday. Florida and Texas A&M are both trying to get into the NCAA tournament. They'll play, and then LSU will play the winner of the Ole Miss, Missouri game. Mississippi State will play South Carolina, and then Alabama will play the winner of the Georgia, Vanderbilt game. The four top seeds are Auburn 1, Tennessee 2, Kentucky 3, and Arkansas 4.
Yeah.
Well, Auburn won the regular season of the SEC, and I don't know why people don't make a bigger deal about that. To me, that is a huge deal.
Yeah.
You go through the whole season, and Auburn has done this several times in the last couple of years. That's a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah, this is I feel like top to bottom, maybe the best SEC they've ever been too. So, I mean, they won it when I think like this might be the best I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Billy, if you're out there, give me a ring this morning on my show, and I want to talk about Pike Liberal Arts baseball. They've already played, Mike. Gosh, they've already played 12 games. Actually, I hear I want to say they've lost 2 games.
Show some of the teams they're playing too.
Well, they might have played more. They had the Gator Classic.
They had 12-2-1. They had 1 tie.
Hey, tie in baseball.
Well, I don't know what, it's a tournament, and they must have other games that are getting ready to be played, and they say that's it.
I want to say they played 12 games, but maybe more than that.
I think they played. I read a story in the Messenger last night because my nephew Will is pitching. And
yeah.
They're 12-2-1. But they have played a lot of public schools and travel ball teams and prestigious tournaments. I mean, they played a team from Puerto Rico.
Golly.
They're playing. I'm looking right there, playing teams. A lot of teams from Florida.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of their scores. It shows right now. I see them as 9-1, but maybe that's wrong. They beat Valiant Cross last game.
They beat Valiant Cross. Shame on you.
16-0. Then they played a team out of Tallahassee, Florida. They beat Lincoln 1-0.
See, that's a big school. Yeah, that's a big school.
Then they got beat by a team out of Tallahassee, Florida called Leon. Leon beat them 7-3.
Leon's been around a long time.
That's a big school, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then they beat ACA 10-0. They beat Lee Scott Academy 17-0. Beat Edgewood Academy 9-1. Beat Fort Dell 3-2. That was a good game. Then they beat Evangel Christian 10-3. Monroe Academy they beat 15-0. Man, they're just blowing people out. They beat Patrician Academy 10-0. That's some of the scores I've seen so far this year.
Well, they played in some big tournament, and they're going to have one this week, I think. So that's not
the Jonah McWaters tournament this weekend, and I want to say they've got Catholic High School of Pensacola, one of the top programs in the country. They're playing. Southwest Georgia Academy is going to be playing in the McWaters tournament. There's several public schools. West Jones High School of Laurel, Mississippi. They're going to play 2 games there.
2 games from Mississippi. Then they played in Mosley, a big school.
Oh yeah, big school. Yeah.
That's it.
Mosley High School of Panama City.
Today on March 9th?
That game is today. That game is today the 9th, Mike. What is it?
Tomorrow,
Troy. Yeah.
Pike Liberal Arts is playing at Riddle Pace Field, which doesn't happen often, so that's a big deal.
That's right. That'll be a game you want to see, so we'll bring that up tomorrow.
Yeah, we need to go to that.
And,
it looks like Charles Henderson is struggling so far to start the season. Coach Smart's second year as a head coach. They're 2-6.
Oh, boy.
They beat Carroll 12-0 to start the season. Then they got beat by Chilton County 9-2. Lost Eufaula 6-3. Actually beat Dothan High School, which is pretty impressive, 8-2. But then they fell to Arrington, which is right down the road. Arrington beat Troy 9-0.
Oh boy, little Arrington, and this be one of the teams that Pike Liberal will play next year. Okay.
And then Bibb County out of Centerville beat Charles Henderson 12-3. And then they played Holtville. Holtville must be good in baseball out of Deepsville.
Yeah.
Holtville beat Charles Henderson 12-1 and 17-0.
Oh gosh.
Boy, something's happening.
Somebody got to have some pitching. Somebody got to have some pitching.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, Brian Meadows, I know he knows a lot about pitching, and I guarantee he's a great pitching coach, but if you don't have the guys that can, with the talent, there's really nothing you can do about it.
Boy, that's right. That's right.
Maybe they're young. I hope.
Yeah, I don't know much about them, to tell you the truth. I know that...
Dolphins will play Rehoboth today in an away game. But Rehoboth, 8-2.
Yeah, they're good. Have a good team.
Well, I think the Charles Henderson girls softball team is
they sure
got a really good team.
Look like they got the best team they've had maybe ever. Really a good team.
The coach is a good friend of my wife, and I had a visit with her last year, and she was telling me they had a pretty good team last year, competitive team, but just about everybody came back. Yeah. So I would just think they're going to be good this year.
Want to mention
several college-type players.
To me, though, it's a great equalizer as far as like 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, 6A, 7A. I mean, look at Arrington, a 2A school, very small school.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat a 5A Charles Henderson 9-0. Like
a proud Charles Henderson High School team.
I know, but I mean, I'm just.
I know it.
I'm just telling people. Can you imagine if Pike Liberal Arts would have been playing Charles Henderson over these last few years?
They would have worn them out.
Just like that.
Well, and of course they have the Pike Liberals got an outstanding pitching staff, and of course, they got one kid's already committed to play for Auburn next year,
and I think he's considered the best pitching prospect in Alabama.
Yeah,
if he's not the best, he's in the conversation.
Exactly right. He's a great player.
Drew Nelson, he's a good player in the field, good hitter too.
Yeah, that's right.
It is kind of a shame though that these great Pike Liberal Arts teams, we won't be able to see them play at a 2A or a 3A schedule because I guarantee you in baseball they would have won a state championship.
Yeah. Now talking about.
You got to play GW Long, you got to play Arrington.
Yeah.
Those are two really good programs.
Talking about Drew Nelson, and of course he's an outstanding pitching prospect out of Pike Liberal. But I've been told that they've got they've asked the Auburn people to look at him real closely as a right fielder or a left fielder. Mainly a left fielder, so it'd be a right fielder he'd play. And because he hits the ball so well, can really, really hit it.
I think I read a story last night that he had 2 triples in the game recently. And he was a key player on their basketball team. He played football when he was younger.
Oh, yeah.
So he's an all-around athlete.
He's an excellent athlete and a great kid. And I tell you, I know a lot of people that have worked with their child and have helped develop their child into a great baseball, football, or basketball player. I don't know if anybody's been taught any better than Drew Nelson by his father. He's an excellent coach.
He is fun to watch. He's just an all-around pitcher.
Yeah.
He knows how to move the ball around. He knows how to change speeds. He's got great control.
He throws a changeup, and let me have something that looks like a baseball. But what he does, he takes the whole hand, and, you know, if you were throwing the curveball, it would be, you'd sort of look at something like that. But throwing a changeup, he throws it, got a back here in the back like this, and then he throws the ball with all 5 fingers.
It slows it down.
And I'm not positive that's
if you have a really good changeup, you're gonna have a chance to play Major League
What
Baseball.
it was, if you're out there throwing 90 miles an hour, then you turn around and throw a 75 to 80 mile an hour changeup.
It discombobulates the
It's
batter.
got that batter way up here in the strike zone.
Well, the biggest thing about him, too, is he's a lefty.
Yeah, that's right, which is
I always wondered that. My nephew's a lefty, too, which I know that gives you an advantage when you're batting against a right-handed pitcher because you see the ball longer.
Yeah.
But it seems like to me it wouldn't be a huge advantage pitching because you're pitching to mostly right-handed batters that are really getting a longer look at the ball.
Yeah, exactly right.
But it'll help you when you get to the pros where they like to have more lefty hitters and they want to match lefty pitchers against lefty hitters.
Yeah. Now, another thing about him, and this is unreal now. I say unreal. I use these superlatives all the time. But I'll say this. I've never, ever seen a kid throw the ball to first base from a pickoff move anywhere near as good as this guy. I'm talking about other teams, instead of going off the base 3 or 4 steps, hey, maybe 1 step and that is it, or he'll get picked off.
Well, he's a complete player.
This kid is got an unbelievable pickoff move, and it's fun to watch him play. You know.
I saw where Elizabeth Stallworth posted about her son. I think he's
very good player. Yeah.
He's at Southern Union Junior College.
Walker.
Walker.
Another young man that's been taught very much by his father, who was also a very good baseball player.
He was the number 3 pitcher at Pike Arts last year, maybe 2. You know, he was. They had several good pitchers, but he pitched in one of the games Mike and I saw in the state finals, and he was almost unhittable.
Oh yeah.
But now he's pitching at the junior college.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's dead. Excellent player, excellent coach. You're right. And it's amazing. So.
Be interested to see if he comes back to Troy in a few years to pitch for Troy.
Yeah, that's right. And Billy's boy Michael is also a very good baseball player. He's
he pitched the other day and got the win.
And
I need to ask Billy next time I see him if he knows the Laurel, Mississippi folks that do the hometown show that's so popular that everybody watches.
What is Billy's son?
I know it. In fact, they're playing a team from
Billy
Laurel.
Jeffcoat's son is a good basketball player, right? And he probably
one of them is a good.
One of them's already signed in baseball.
Yeah.
It was a press.
Yeah, that's right.
He pitched the other day and got the win and had an impressive out. So that we know they got Nelson and then they got Jeffcoat, who's. So what do we always say? You got to have 2.
That's right.
Strong pitchers. I think Pike Arts got them. And they probably got 3, 4, and 5 that are okay too.
And he's got one that's a senior, that's a sophomore on this basketball team that won the state championship. Hey,
Allen, West's son.
Yeah, he's good too.
And Shelton up in Tuscaloosa, he had a really good year last year.
Hey, he's a guy, another kid that can not only hit the ball but can run. This kid has great speed. Really does.
Well, Pike LeBlanc, if they win a state championship in baseball, that will be 6 state championships in a row in boys sports for Pike LeBlanc, which is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But I thought about it. It might be the toughest, as good as Pike LeBlanc is in baseball, it might be the toughest one to win because there are some good baseball teams in the AISA.
Sure are, yeah.
And if you run into a team that has 1 or 2 good pitchers, they can shut you down too.
That's right. But I will
so it's
say,
no sure thing that Pike LeBlanc is going to win a baseball.
Pike has great pitching. I mean, they really got good pitching, good left-handed pitching, good right-handed pitching.
Is Dabo still coaching up at Wadley?
No, he retired, Mike. He retired. He coached the Genrights, though. He coached the Genright twins. Dabo is fully retired.
All right, you want to take a Milo's tea break?
We sure will. We'll take a Milo's cheese break. We'll be back to more of Today in L.A. Have a good one.
Shipping Wars is back and bigger than ever.
More work, more money.
These shippers have a long road ahead. Who will come out on top?
If we can get it there on time, we'll make some good money.
Shipping Wars. New episodes Tuesdays at 10. Only on A&E.
Montgomery, get ready for WWE Saturday Night's main event. The Women of Raw take center stage as big-time Bex, the EST, and the Nightmare collide for the Raw Women's Championship. Plus,
I am a revolutionary. I am a visionary.
Seth freaking Rollins. It's WWE Saturday Night's main event, April 23rd. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
I wish you could taste how much better food tastes when cooked on a Green Mountain grill. But I can let you in on the reason that's true. Our pellets contain water, so they create steam while you cook, keeping your food moist. Does a gas or charcoal grill do that? I think not.
Come and see us at Southern Grill and Patio, just off the square in Troy.
The all-new Troy Regional Women's Diagnostic Center brings all of the latest and advanced 3D mammography and breast ultrasound services to the Troy area in our all-new outpatient facility. Dr. Lauren Thorington, along with our team of certified breast specialists, read your mammograms, which are performed by our registered radiologic technologists, bringing the best in women's health care to the Troy area. Troy Regional Women's Diagnostic Center.
Here we go. Back to our show, brought to you by Wells Fargo Advisors. I want to say hello to Colin McCreary this morning, and he can help your money grow and we appreciate him so much.
What a great guy.
Now, he's fixing to make some golf trips, Mike. Colin is. One of them is to the British Open.
He might be at the TPC this week.
Yeah, he might be, yeah.
He's a spotter for NBC Sports. In these golf tournaments, he walks around with the groups and tells the producer, he has a 5-iron or he's got 150 yards. Or
here comes the call right here.
Players Championship.
Let's see who this is on the line. Good morning. Oh, here we go. Good morning. You're on Today in L.A. How you doing?
Hey, Mike. Will Mason.
Good to hear from you, Will. We're talking ball, B-A-L-L.
We segued right into your call because we had just started talking a little bit about the Tournament Players Championship.
And, of course, Will just coming off of Will, did everybody in your family have the COVID?
No, everybody in my office got it. I had to close my office last week, but both of my daughters have had it. My sons had it. All their wives, husbands had it. Everybody had it.
But nobody had it seriously.
No, nobody's had a serious case. But we've all been vaccinated.
Yeah, if you had not been vaccinated, it would have been a lot worse. Is that right?
Oh, I could have died. I mean, I'm diabetic. If you've got something wrong with you, you get COVID. That COVID attacks whatever's wrong with you.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we're very fortunate that we were able to do it. we're talking about a lot of baseball and a lot of some basketball. And you got any basketball teams that you think is going to be a real?
Well, I know y'all are disappointed in Troy women. They got killed.
Oh, they were not. This was not a real good Troy team, I didn't think.
They won 24 games.
Yeah, they sure doesn't look good though. I mean, where did it come from? I can't see any. Now last year they had a great player that they sent on to Tennessee.
Boy, if they had her.
Yeah, she was. She transferred it and see
Before
that.
we came on there, I told Mike if we had her, we probably would have won this game and would have won maybe a couple games in the NCAA tournament. But that's the reality of the transfer portal.
And this.
You win 24 games, you're the conference champion by 2 games. I mean, Troy was 13-2. Everybody else had 4 losses. I mean,
of course.
Coach said, when Troy got a transfer in from Ole Miss, it was really good too.
Yeah.
So it helped us too.
Don't be surprised if Auburn and Kentucky dump in the first game and lose. Don't be surprised.
That's right.
They don't want to play. Yeah. Well, they get extra days rest. You play 3 or 4 games in a row, it's tough on you. You know, day after day after day. Alabama's the total opposite. They've got to try to win as many games preceding it. But I don't see Alabama in that second game being able to stay with Kentucky. I mean, I've watched Kentucky beat Alabama twice, and Alabama was up by 15, I think, up in Lexington, and still got beat. And Kentucky was out their 2 best players in that game. Alabama did not match up to a big physical guy.
Where is the game's going to be played?
Tampa, Florida.
At Tampa, yeah. Boy.
I like those sites, though. I feel like that's good. They got it out of Nashville this year, which, I mean, nothing wrong with Nashville, but, you know, Tampa's a good site. Pensacola was a good site for the Sun Belt tournament.
Boy, it really was.
The Sun Belt tournament was really well run. I was impressed with that arena. I mean, it was kind of older arena, but it probably held 7,000-8,000.
Oh, yeah, it was a nice one.
Not that they needed to see. The game last night, there couldn't have been more than 1,000 people at the game.
No,
there was probably 2,000, 2,500 at a few games, I'd say, but
Troy's men had a pretty good crowd. It was a pretty good crowd for Troy's men.
I was impressed, though, how they put that all together outside. It had a great atmosphere. I mean, it was well done. I mean, I can't imagine what kind of crowds they'll have in Tampa, though. I mean, I know Kentucky will travel, and I know Arkansas travels. Auburn's got where they travel well, but some of those games will probably have poor attendance, too. Yeah, Florida will have a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see those games selling out by any means.
No, I don't either. Well, we've got that to look forward to. We got a lot of baseball coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Troy going up against Indiana this weekend, and of course play their rival Jacksonville State tonight from Jacksonville. I'd like to go back up there, Mike, to the hills of Jacksonville. You know, it's out in the middle of nowhere. But then at the same time, it has more. It's most populated
How big
city
is the
around.
town of Jacksonville compared to Troy?
About the same. About 15,000, 17,000.
You got Anniston about what, 10 miles away?
Yeah, see, and Anniston.
You used to be a big town. Anniston's kind of disappeared.
But again, that general area though, where everybody's growing is out there on the bypass. What's the name of that town? Oxford. Oxford is growing.
Is that near Jacksonville right now?
So I would think Jacksonville right there has a radius of around close to 100,000 people in that
Their
one
metro
area.
is bigger than Troy.
Let's say Gadsden's not but about 35 miles. Huntsville's not but about 50 miles.
Jacksonville State has a larger own campus enrollment than Troy.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, that it's pretty close on the enrollment, but at the same time, you just think of the Huntsville area. They're not but about an hour from Huntsville.
The reason I think Jacksonville State probably has just as much or larger own campus enrollment is just the population is so much more.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right.
Within an hour or two.
Jacksonville, Alabama is 14,385 people.
Yeah.
Well, that's double Troy.
Well, Troy.
No, that's I'm talking about their population.
Oh,
it's not a big town at all.
Troy's bigger than Jackson.
Troy had about 20,000.
19,000 now. They say might be 20,000 now. Troy forever. I was looking. Mike did too when he worked for the state. I worked for the
Jacksonville University of
I kept up with population and census type data. And
student enrollment.
It seemed like for decades the population of Troy was around 13,000, about the same as you Falls.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, Troy's population popped up to 19,000.
I tell you what, we've got more apartments than anybody around. I tell you, they've just completed the apartments over there on South
Troy's
Grundy
population
Street.
used to be about the same as Ozark's. You know what Ozark's population is, Will?
I'd say 15,000.
Yeah. But another thing, the apartments going up. I mean, there's a huge development going up right now off of where Randy Brown used to have his woodwork shop.
Yeah, you showed me that on our ride
and
around.
it goes all the way over to to South 39th Street, and those are brand new apartments. And then of course they just opened up a big, huge apartment complex over there on South Grundy Street. And
they're building, the Stone Martin Builders from Montgomery is building a lot of homes in that new subdivision to the left of Highway 87, 167.
In fact, several homes being developed right there, and of course, it's just a lot of growth, and.
Jacksonville State has Ozark's population is fixing to go way up this summer.
Yes, sir, buddy. You're right.
My son's moving up here when his house is finished, and he's got 4 babies.
Okay, good.
6 they're going to add to the population.
And those are the kind of people you want, too, so that's right.
What did you say, Mike? What did you say?
I was going to say, Jacksonville State's got 9,600 students.
Yeah, so it's
a little bigger than Troy.
And that's
Troy,
pretty good.
Troy counts university-wide, but I think their own campus enrollment in Troy is approximately 7,000, give or take.
And then you got campuses in Phoenix City, you got campuses in Fort Walton, you got Dothan, you've got Montgomery.
Yeah.
So all of those are sort of considered the enrollment.
Puerto Rico, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, but just in that one little section, right here,
in Alabama.
In Alabama and whatever.
I think Troy says university-wide their enrollment is about 17,000.
Yeah, that's about right.
So Troy would.
We're talking about.
I mean, Troy's enrollment is 7,000. Yeah. That's impressive to me.
In Troy, it is.
Back when Dr. Adams was president, it was around 3,000.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I tell you what, it's a good enrollment. Good kids, good programs, and I'm proud of the way Troy's grown. I'm proud of the leadership of Jack Hawkins and.
I'll make a point.
You talk about bringing a class act to a college campus. Jack Hawkins is a class act.
I make a point that I don't hear many other people. You say you like to make original points.
Yeah.
So do I. You don't know what would have happened if something didn't happen. And, we'll never know what the enrollment of Troy University would be today if Georgia and Florida did not start those lottery scholarships. Because when they did, that took a big chunk out of Troy's enrollment.
That's right.
I mean, if you could go to college for free and stay in Florida, or free and stay in Georgia, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
And it used to be that I've researched it, about 20% of Troy's enrollment used to be from the state of Florida. 10%, almost 10% used to be from the state of Georgia. Yeah. And I don't know, I bet it's probably 5% Florida now, and maybe 3% Georgia.
Yeah. I'll tell you about Georgia. The Hope Scholarship in Georgia, if you had a B average, you could get the Hope Scholarship, all your tuition paid,
right.
in the state of Georgia. And that did hurt Troy. But I'll tell you something, tell you how great the Sound of the South marching band is. A lot of, maybe 40 to 50 kids are from the South Georgia. They came to Troy even though they missed out on this scholarship because they wanted to be a member of the Sound of the South marching band. And, that was very impressive to see that those kids. Now, they got scholarships in band now once they got here, but at the same time, they're turning down a
I would
full
think that
tuition scholarship.
if Florida and Georgia, which had a third of Troy's enrollment back before these scholarships, if they hadn't have done that, I would say Troy's on-campus enrollment right now would be 10,000 at least.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be something.
I'm going to ask y'all a trivia question and see if you get it right. There's one school in the SEC that their band, every kid in that band gets 100% scholarship. Name the school.
Oh, boy.
Florida.
Tennessee.
Nope.
You're not going to tell me Vanderbilt.
Nope.
It's going to be South Carolina.
Nope.
Texas A&M.
Nope.
Gosh.
Kentucky.
Nope.
Alabama.
Auburn.
Nope.
Mississippi State. Ole Miss.
Nope.
You're running out of them, Will.
Nope. I ought to get a prize for stuff. Oh.
Georgia.
Nope.
Yeah.
Who we left out?
You want a hint?
LSU.
LSU.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Like everybody in the LSU band gets a scholarship?
That's right. My daughter played in the $1 Million Band, and she got $2,000 a year to play in the $1 Million Band.
Well, that's good.
Well, I don't know. No, I would think.
Daughter that went to law school at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I didn't know she played in the $1 Million Band.
I did. I knew that. I knew that.
She played the piccolo, and she was first chair all 4 years.
Wow.
And she played the flute in high school. Well, they don't have flutes in college because the flute doesn't carry in these big stages. So she had to learn. Of course, Daddy had to go buy her a piccolo. She had to learn how to play it in like a month or two before she went to college.
Well, she knew that she could have gone to a premium program at Troy if she wanted to, but of course, that's where Daddy went to school, and the difference in Troy and schools like Troy that with great bands like maybe Jacksonville State is that they are music majors. You know what I'm saying? It's a music department. Like your daughter just went to play for the $1 Million Band. It was not her curriculum, isn't that right?
Let me say something before I forget it.
She loved playing in that band.
Yeah.
Oh, good for her. Talking about the music department, Troy has a great music department and a great theater and dance department.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, my daughter, wife, and mother-in-law went to see the big play this weekend that the Troy University Theater Department, some Disney production. I don't know if it was Lion King or I don't think that was it, but it was some Disney.
Was that well attended? I hope it was.
It was packed, and my wife said it was as good as a Alabama Shakespeare Festival.
I wish I could have seen that, and I wish we could have talked more about
Crosby
that.
Theater said some of the lead players were former Charles Simpson students.
Yeah. Well, I tell you this: the person that heads that up is a wonderful, wonderful teacher and department head. She's from Brundage, Alabama. Yeah, Lori.
Well, she's not with Tory Lee anymore.
My daughter. Let me tell you a story about my daughter.
All right.
Her freshman year was the first year Nick Saban was at Alabama. Okay.
Yeah.
Good year to have your freshman year.
Well, I think they went 7-6 that first year. It was not a good year. In fact, I think La Monroe beat them. Somebody terrible beat them.
But it turned around the next year.
Yeah. But anyway, the band director said, we're going to go out and practice on the football field the night before the first game.
Yeah.
So all the band kids go over to the football field and practicing on the field. And Nick Saban comes out on the field cussing and raising hell
I know.
on his grass.
Yeah. Oh God.
And these kids are scared to death. I mean, he's just,
Yeah, I know. And they could have ruined the field. They could have ruined the field.
That would have been my uncle once upon a time too, doing the same thing.
But listen. Then he told all of them. He said, "All right, y'all sit down. I'm gonna have a little chat with y'all." tell you about respecting this field, you know, whatever. And then he raised his arms, and the Jumbotron came on, and it was a tribute to the band.
Are you serious?
He told them how important they were, and all this. Those kids fired up after, and he was just joking. I mean, he was just joking with them.
Oh, boy. But, you know, you could understand any coach, though, getting upset with the band right the night before the game. Gosh, I could,
my
you know.
uncle.
I tell you what, I bet Bill knows this. Coach Bryant paid for the band to go on road trips. He paid for hotel rooms, gasoline, whatever, food.
Yeah.
He paid it out of his own pocket.
You know, Tennessee, you know, the Tennessee-Alabama game, you knew the band was going to be there. I know that. And then, of course, the Auburn game, we knew that. But, you know, it's expensive to pay for the band nowadays, you know, like that. But they'll always go to Tennessee and Auburn, I'm sure.
As some viewers know, my late uncle, Bobby Rice, who was your brother, but around your brother's
That's right.
age,
They were friends, yeah.
He became the director of athletic facilities at the University of Alabama. Well, he's an engineer. He was a road builder by, you know,
by
so
trade.
Grass ain't his thing, but he was in charge of the grass at the field.
Yeah,
They teach that at Mississippi State, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
He was constantly worried about the grass, and Bryant Denny has had a lot of issues with growing the grass correctly through the years. And I've heard a story
They had artificial turf in Tuscaloosa.
They had it at one point.
No, they don't have it at Alabama.
Back in the 70s, they did.
They did at one point.
Oh yeah, they're just like walking on sponge rubber, your Legion Field.
Legion Field had it for years.
And it was just like walking on sponge rubber. That stuff was terrible.
But I've heard the story that people knew how obsessive Uncle Bobby was about taking care of the grass at Bryant Denny and on the football practice fields. And it was Kurt McNair, I think, told the story that they were joking around with Uncle Bobby one time in the office. They set somebody up to go out on the practice field and get some golf clubs and act like they were hitting shots. And they said, "What's that, Bobby?" And he looked out there and he had a conniption fit with somebody, but they really weren't hitting.
Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having fun this morning on Today in L.A., and I hope you enjoy watching and listening like we do every morning. And, of course, brought to you by Troy Bank and Trust Company. Remember, Troy Bank and Trust Company is the only bank you'll ever need. And, of course, Sister's Restaurant, what a great meal every day at Sister's.
Can I tell you another story about the grass?
Yes, sir.
Somebody made some bad comments about the practice field or the turf at Bryant Denny, kind of dissed the groundskeepers and Uncle Bobby in the press.
Yeah.
One time, embarrassed him, and I can't remember who it was, but my dad read it, and he later was up at Alabama at some event for former players or something. And, man, he lit into that. He lit into that guy about making those comments.
Yeah, no good.
Defending his brother.
You know, and now take a look at this. All right, artificial surface versus regular grass. How many teams have grass? And how many?
Mike, I know this answer. In the SEC, 13 teams in the SEC have real grass.
Real grass.
1 team has artificial turf.
Yeah.
Well, who is that?
Arkansas and Ole Miss, isn't it?
No, it's Vandy.
Vandy's they've got grass, don't they? Vandy, don't they?
No, they got artificial turf.
They got artificial turf?
I thought Ole Miss had silk turf.
Yeah, they do.
Ole Miss has got some kind of artificial turf, but it's different. I don't know what.
Well, I thought Arkansas had artificial turf, but maybe not.
Well, I remember one of the first schools in America They went to this field turf that everybody has is Troy University. Johnny Williams probably made that decision.
And the reason they got it because I was told over and over again, we can't find anybody that can grow grass.
Well,
every
grass,
year they
had grass issues just like Uncle Bobby in Alabama did.
Every year they would overseed. That's what they call it. They would overseed and have to go back and put go ahead and put layers down.
Well, it was a novelty because they had the AISA triple header here, and then high schools, Charles Houston played there, so it was really a novelty when these high schools would play on artificial turf. And Michael, you can maybe, I guess you play with the regular grass cleats on that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's some kind of cleat. I don't know if it's the same you'd wear on grass.
I'll tell you this.
But you didn't have to have special shoes just to play at Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, you did. You'd have to have, you would have to have a small cleated shoe. I think that's what they wear.
But I mean, like these high schools that would play Charles Houston, they couldn't afford to go buy new shoes for their whole team to play a game.
Yeah, on this new stuff, and this is the best grass we've ever had. This is the real deal that we got out there now. It's the best decision Troy has ever made in baseball and in football. Just think of a coach usually having to get like in baseball. You'll line off the field. You'll cut the grass, whatever. They don't even have to. At Troy, they don't have to worry about any of that. And
all that said, when you have a beautiful grass field, it is pretty. And it's probably safer.
And Troy still is one of the very few schools in the country that have the baseball fields completely artificial. Isn't that right, Mike? I can't think of any.
I think Lafayette has it.
Do they? Okay.
But now high schools are going to this It's a lot more high schools in America and Alabama that have the field turf now.
Of course, we got baseball tonight from Jacksonville State. We want to win that game, I'll tell you that. And, of course, then this weekend, Indiana comes to town for a 3-game series. So we got a lot of baseball looking at us. Pike Liberal Arts plays Mosley High School of Panama City in baseball today. I'm always positive that's right. Is it tomorrow?
The 9th.
Okay, good. I'm glad you. Yes, the 9th.
So check your local listings and go to the Pike Liberal Arts Athletic website, but that's one that everybody ought to want to go see, the Pike Liberal Arts Patriots, one of the dominant teams in the state of Alabama, play at Riddle Pace Field on that AstroTurf. It's not AstroTurf, field turf.
And if you would get a copy of this Pike Liberal Arts baseball, it is, that's an impressive schedule right there.
A lot of games.
And a lot of games, and see, it mentioned, and it doesn't show exactly what team is playing in that tournament.
Well, but, I see teams from Florida, I see teams from Mississippi, I see teams from Georgia, plus the usual AISA teams. Quite a schedule that Rush Hicks and
if anybody wanted to compare the not the total program though, but to compare the team that Charles Simpson's got on the field this year compared to the Pike Liberal Arts team they've got on the field. Oh, it's not even close. I mean, this Pike Liberal Arts team is a very, very good baseball team. I hope you've enjoyed our show today. Of course, brought to you by Green Hills. Oh, I know it. I didn't say we were going off the air. And, of course, Earl's Glass, my good friend Rusty Earl, they're the best body people in town, and we appreciate them very much.
They do more than auto glass, too, don't they?
Yeah. Kentucky
football plays on field turf, and they're bluegrass.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike and I went to the Alabama-Troy game last week, and Alabama's stadium is really beautiful, and the field looks really, really good.
Yeah, that's right. And Michael, they have you can't find a place to sit in right field, and it's no bleachers. I mean, you sit on the grass. I mean, I bet they had 2,000 or 3,000 people. I really mean that were sitting on the grass in left field.
They can bring in coolers, they can bring in beer.
They were having a ball.
They're either sitting in lawn chairs or on blankets, and they have some little terraces, so it's different levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that 50, 60% of the total attendance were out there in right field.
And Will, are you on the line? Yeah, of course. I would like.
This says Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Ole Miss, and Vanderbilt all play on field turf.
Okay, not many of them compared to most of the big boys play on grass. You know, like Oklahoma and Nebraska, are they still on? They're on field turf.
Up north, I feel like you got to play on field turf with all the snow and all the conditions.
You know who has always had one of the prettiest fields is Auburn. Auburn's football field.
Oh yeah.
Playing services.
But you know they've got a whole department that works on that grass.
That's what they mean, they are world famous for their.
And that's not the case at Alabama, is it, Mike? You know,
Well, I mean, Alabama's got the money to have.
Yeah.
You know, somebody be in charge of that, I would imagine.
Yeah. But it's important.
Pretty good, I feel like.
I think they finally figured it out.
Yeah.
And but back when Uncle Bobby was in charge of it, it was a constant area of worry.
And of course,
I'll say this: I never played any kind of sport on the field turf, and man, just walking on Troy's turf with no shoes on, it feels amazing.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it gets hot. That's the only bad thing about it. It gets extremely hot in the summertime. So I've seen baseball players out there just walking around with, just moving their feet back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They also say that pellets go into people's mouths and go into people's eyes. You know, I mean, there is complaints about stuff like that.
Oh, I wonder how many.
It looks good. I know that.
Those pellets, there must be just millions of them.
Yeah, they're little tiny,
pellets.
little tiny ones. Yeah.
I wonder if Sanders Lead recycles and creates those.
I don't know.
Not Sanders Lead, KW.
Want to mention today in L.A., ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Premier Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram trucks on the bypass in Troy. There's another huge sale that they've got going on their lots right now today. So run down there and buy a new car truck from Premier Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, where nobody beats their price. Nobody. And of course, I want to mention A1 Services, and we appreciate Terry Moats, whether it's heat or whether it's air conditioning. Hey, he's got you taken care of on either side.
I bet some of those Moats played softball.
Oh, they were great athletes. They sure were great little ball players. And of course, their daddy had a baseball field located in their yard.
His own baseball field.
In their yard, right? Yeah, Moats baseball field. And Sundays, and most any time they could get out there. His daddy would pitch, and the rest of the boys would play the different positions. And
I can remember him. He was a longtime manager in Dixie Majors baseball. Raymond Beasley was one, and he was my coach in Dixie Majors.
Gosh, it was a great.
There was Mr. Sanders that was a long time.
Oh, he was a good coach.
From North, Pike County or South Montgomery County.
But I tell you what, one day I'd like to just take a list out of all these guys and pay tribute to them. One of the reasons Troy, Alabama is so good in recreation baseball is because of these great coaches over the years. And back to Rat McWhorter and some of those Z.B. McClendon and Bo Gaylord was one of the innovators of it all.
You tried to coach a little bit.
Yeah, I coached a little bit. Me and James Lucas, and of course we were pretty
probably
good.
A good baseball coach.
Pretty good. But I'll tell you this:
he was a lot more into football.
Hey, I feel like I was a pretty good football coach, but at least my teams were pretty good.
When I was
he gave a bunch of little kids about a 10-page playbook.
Yeah.
When I was in college, some coach dropped out of being a T-ball coach at the last minute, and somebody from the rec department contacted me and said, we got to have a coach, and they talked me into coaching T-ball for 1 year. Whew, that was exhausting, man.
Well, Michael, one guy came up to me one day after we had pulled into the Dairy Delight, and we're getting them ice cream and all that stuff. And he told me, he said, you're gonna go broke buying these kids ice cream. But once they got in that truck, they knew that we were gonna stop somewhere and buy ice cream, and it was fun. It was fun.
That's the thing about being a coach. You never hear about Troy, Alabama. How many kids you gotta get rides home?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the high school coaches like Coach Fountain, and who was his close friend, Coach Black.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that's every day they are picking up players and taking home players.
Exactly,
And
they
that's all over America, the high school and junior high coaches do. I'm sure Forrest Lee has done that his whole life.
No question about it. Hope you've enjoyed our show brought to you by Noble Manor for assisted living by Noble Manor. And, of course, Piggly Wiggly, one of the great grocery stores in our community. We appreciate them so much. Appreciate you even more for watching our show. C Spire, we appreciate you.
We replay it at 1:30.